The one. Good afternoon, Mr. Clark. How are you today?
I'm good.
Excellent. It's 1 o'clock. Is it 1 o'clock?
It's 4. I'm trying to talk now. See you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy St. Patrick's Day to everyone in attendance here. Not to get folks too excited, but I am going to call to order today's committee meeting of the Transportation Committee, and we will immediately recess until approximately 1:30 p.m. We're awaiting a caucus that is currently undergoing conversation right now, and we'll get back in the room approximately 1:30 p.m. See you all soon. We're in recess. Good afternoon, everyone. We are still in recess. It looks like we'll be reconvening at about 2 p.m. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Transportation Committee. We're going to get our meeting started for today. It is St. Patrick's Day. UConn tips off at 4:30. Opening day is in 2 weeks or so. So let's get started. Any opening remarks from my co-chair?
Happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody, and let's get this started.
Senator Wong.
Excited to get going. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sounds great. And Representative Kennedy.
Echoes Senator Cohen. Happy St. Patrick's Day, everyone, and thank you for your patience, and let's get started.
Sounds wonderful. By the way, there are cannolis and other pastries waiting for us at the end of our meeting today. Just a quick reminder. Apropos of nothing. There. So first item on the agenda today, SB 15. This is a motion to JFS LCO number 5484. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Cohen. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Sims. Got in there just in time. Any discussion on the bill? This is the bill which would establish a penalty for commercial vehicles on state parkways. Is there discussion? Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, in my district, we have the Merritt Parkway. There's obviously always a concern for commercial vehicles. I just wanted a point of clarification. It is to focus on trucks that go on, commercial trucks, and the aim is to put more of a burden of accountability of owners of those trucks. Would that be correct, Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Senator Wong. Yes, that's exactly right. It's commercial motor vehicles. Those are vehicles that are designed or used to transport merchandise or freight, and they're bearing a commercial registration.
Thank you very much for that clarification. I've seen that the havoc it's caused when those type of trucks come onto the Merritt Parkway. But I would also encourage, in addition to the penalty, that we also encourage these national GPS systems to really account for the non-commercial traffic routes that we have in the state of Connecticut. So as those truck drivers, as they utilize GPS, don't follow the route and get into the trouble that they get into. So I support this bill. Thank you for raising it. And onward we go.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Those are great comments. I think technology hopefully will help prevent a number of these instances moving forward. But in the interim, I think folks need to have some responsibility in not entering a clearly designated and advertised limited access highway. Any other commentary on the bill before us?
Hello.
Representative O'Day.
Sorry, just briefly, I'm in support of it. Generally, I'm going to vote no to flag it. I'm hoping maybe we can do a more graduated fine process where maybe the first offense is, instead of 500 right away, it's something in a little lower than the 500, and then the second and third violation even go higher. But thank you for bringing it up, and looking forward to working on that.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Seeing, Representative DiCaprio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, I want to echo those comments about the first offense. You have it listed there as $500. If the committee would consider lowering that amount for the first offense, and second offense, certainly that would be appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. I think moving forward, based upon your commentary, Representative O'Day's concerns, I'll work with a number of folks who represent the area in and around the Merritt Parkway to hopefully come up with a strategy that both protects the Merritt Parkway, the access points, and the vehicles that are rightly traveling on it, but also establish a fine structure that serves to exact the end game of the policy, which is get people off that road. I think it's reasonable to consider that. But for today, we'll go move forward with this, and we'll work closely together as the policy comes. Seeing no other commentary, Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
This is an immediate roll call vote to JFS to the floor, SB 15, LCO number 5484. Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Lamar,
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Berger Javallo,
Berger Javallo votes yes.
Senator Wong,
Senator Huang, yay.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal, Representative Bronco,
Bronco votes yes.
Representative Carney,
Representative Carney votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Chalesky,
Representative Chalesky votes yes.
Representative Concepcion, Representative Conley,
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Dancho,
Representative Dancho votes yes.
Representative DiCaprio,
Representative DiCaprio votes yes.
Representative Denning,
Representative Denning votes yes.
Representative Farrar,
Representative Farrar votes yes.
Senator Fazio, Senator Gaston,
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Representative Khanna,
Representative Khanna votes yes.
Representative Labriola,
Labriola votes no.
Representative McCarthy Vehy, Representative Mara, Senator Martin,
Senator Martin votes no.
Representative Michelle.
Michelle votes yes.
Sorry, Representative, I didn't see your face. Can you repeat your vote, please?
Rep Michelle votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Morin-Bello,
Representative Morin-Bello votes yes.
Senator Needleman, Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes no.
Senator Austin,
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Reyes, Representative Rosario, Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes votes in the affirmative.
Representative Smith, Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Turco,
Representative Turco votes yes.
Representative Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes no.
Is there anyone's names I have not called yet or anyone who's arrived recently? Representative Blumenthal,
Blumenthal votes yes.
is there any other names? Representative Reyes?
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other names? And that is the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Moving on to item number 2. Oh, sorry. Yes, we will leave votes open until 5 p.m. this evening, which will be approximately 1 hour or more after we've concluded our meeting today. Moving on to item number 2, SB 810, and not concerning the renting or leasing of passenger motor vehicles. This is on, I would accept the motion for JFS LCO 6154.
So moved.
Motion made by Senator Cohen. Seconded by Representative Kennedy. Thank you. The item before us, item having made and seconded, the item before us deals with 2 provisions with regarding renting or leasing of motor vehicles. One is the prohibition requested to disallow car rental companies from requiring a second driver's license. That the second driver of a rental car holds a credit card and provides that credit card. The other provision here would provide regulation around an insurance product and the treatment of car rental companies recovering something called loss of use for vehicles that are in some way impacted during the term of rental, return to the rental car company, and they lose the ability to rent that car post-return due to the operator getting into an accident or in some way making the car ineligible for use as a rental product. Is there further discussion on these 2 items, on this item with these 2 provisions? Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you elaborate what the substitute language made to the original draft of the agreement? It seems like there were substantive changes in regards to loss damage coverage and also from our first conversation, I just wanted to also add the fact that this bill was raised as a subject matter, and then we had a vote in this committee to draft language for this bill for consideration. And the frustration I have, and I did actually vote to support drafting this, but the challenge I have in this bill with the substitute language, and I'm eager for you to share the insight, it's the fact that there was only one individual who testified on this issue, and there's a real concern in regards to transparency and how we got to the substitute language. So through you, Mr. Chair, could you elaborate on how we got there?
Certainly. I think that's a fair points throughout this. The bill was actually part of a subject matter public hearing. There was submitted testimony on that bill. There were conversations with the requesters of this bill, largely centered around the requirement for a secondary driver to provide a credit card at the time of rental. Subsequent to those original conversations, we were continually informed of this loss of use coverage for rental cars. It was brought to attention that this is a product that has occasionally been abused, according to folks who contacted the committee leadership. We heard from a number of individuals. We invited them into our screening with our caucus. We heard over the last couple of weeks what best practices are with respect to other states and how they treat loss of use coverage. So the substitute language before you takes what we think is the best practices from around the country and the advice, frankly, of rental car companies and people who are opposed to the loss of use provisions that are employed. And we think we have a balanced approach that looks at 50 states and comes up with what we think a good Connecticut solution is. And that is, we limit the loss of use provision into 60% of the daily rental fee. And we only allow a rental car company to charge up to 7 days loss of use in aggregate. We think that this is a responsible, thoughtful approach to this coverage. And we think it's important that each customer who comes to rent a car understands what loss of use means. And we have to explain it probably better than I just explained it. The rental car companies will have to explain it to customers when they rent their car.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate that process, and I appreciate being included in part of that conversation as part of the leadership group, and I'm greatly grateful for that. But nevertheless, I hesitate on this because the substantive substitute language did garner input, but the public hearing process, as I repeat again, had one public input and from the proponent of the original bill. And I don't know if she's actually in support of the amended additions to that. But equally important is the fact that these kind of new languages did not have public input. The very individuals that will be impacted as consumers of utilizing our rental cars, which hopefully and gratefully that we'll get back to a normal mode of business post-COVID. And I know there's a challenge in that industry, but nevertheless, I'm going to be voting no on this because I'm concerned that the consumer may not have gotten an opportunity to voice their concerns through the deliberative process we have in this committee. And I hope as wherever this ends up, if it continues to move on, that we continue to work with the input of all shareholders that will be impacted by this. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And you do have my commitment, as usual, that we will continue to work with the stakeholders and that you will be invited to those meetings as we try to craft a solution to what could be a growing consumer issue in Connecticut. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too have some concerns on this bill. Specifically, the impact it's going to have on our rental car industry. Many times when you rent a vehicle, you have your own insurance, so you don't necessarily need any insurance. But the concerns that have been related to me have been with the loss of use policy in the rental industry. And then also I want to point out that most rental car companies don't require that second credit card. I also, in checking with, and I do appreciate leadership inviting me to the table on some of the meetings that we had. It was very helpful to me. But I'm really concerned that if this legislation passes the way it's written, that it's going to force the rental companies to pass or to increase the daily fees, and that gets passed on to the customers. Also, in inquiring, I couldn't find any claims that were sent to DCP or anyone else. So today I will be a no on this vote. I think we need to get a little bit more information. The bill seems to have changed a bit since it originally was put through. And I would also echo the comments of Senator Wong. The testimony that I'm looking at, it only came from one person, and that was the proponent of the bill. So I would have liked to have heard from more people, especially the consumers. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And echo my ranking member's comments. I am confident, having worked with the House Chair on transportation for many years, that our voices will be heard and there will be some bipartisan compromises, and I appreciate that. So I'm going to vote no now, but I'm confident that we'll come to a consensus and get this to the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Seeing no further comments, Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
This is an immediate roll call vote to JFS to the floor, SB 810, LCO number 6154. Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Lamar.
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Senator Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Berger-Javallo. Senator Wong.
Senator Huang, nay.
Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes no.
Representative Blumenthal.
Blumenthal votes yes.
Representative Bronco.
Bronco votes no.
Representative Carney.
Carney votes no.
Senator Cabrera. Representative Chalesky.
Representative Chalesky votes no.
Representative Concepcion. Representative Conley.
Conley votes yes.
Representative Dancho.
Representative Dancho votes no.
Representative DiCaprio.
Representative DiCaprio votes no.
Representative Denning.
Representative Denning votes yes.
Representative Farrar.
Representative Farrar votes yes.
Senator Fazio. Senator Gaston.
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Representative Khanna.
Representative Khanna votes yes.
Representative Labriola.
Labriola votes no.
Yeah, I'm just getting.
Representative McCarthy Vehy. Representative Mara. Senator Martin.
Senator Martin votes yes.
Representative Michelle.
Michelle votes yes.
Representative Morambello.
Representative Morinbello votes yes.
Senator Needleman. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes no.
Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Reyes.
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Smith. Representative Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Turco.
Representative Turco votes yes.
Representative Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes no.
Are there any other names I have not called yet?
Mr. Clerk, could I please vote?
Yes, Senator Fazio. How do you vote?
Senator Fazio votes no.
Mr. Clerk, may I vote?
Yes, Representative. How do you vote?
Burger Travalo votes yes.
Are there any further names I have not called yet? And that is the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Moving on to item number 3, SB 904, JFS to the floor, LCO 6166. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Cohen and seconded by Representative Denning. Thank you very much. This is a comprehensive bill brought to us by the Office of State Traffic Administration, which is internal to the Department of Transportation. We had a presentation from Commissioner Ucalito about why these provisions were necessary. The JFS language does include a provision that was part of another DOT proposal with respect to the Connecticut Public Transportation Council. There has been major modifications to the DOT's proposal, which we thought was somewhat unnecessary, and we wanted to work in collaboration with members of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council on a new formulation for that Public Transportation Council. We wanted to ensure that bus riders are also heard as part of that process, but we wanted to protect the incredible membership of the board who's doing so much incredible work on behalf of commuters for our rail stations as well. So we worked very closely with them to come up with a modified proposal that we think reflects the great work that's already happening with rail users and extending that to bus users. So we make new appointments. We ensure that there's adequate representation for bus riders in our state, and we ensure that the Department of Transportation is responsive to the requests that the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council has made in the past. And we think this represents an incredible multi-week process of working with every one of the impacted and thought-provoking people who care about this issue. And so I'm proud to present it before you. Are there any questions? Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a comment to echo your comments, Mr. Chair, because I'm just appreciative of the collaboration that's gone into this thus far, especially with respect to the Connecticut Public Transportation Council. Want to thank all the members of the Commuter Rail Council for all of their hard work as you have done. And just again, want to reiterate that this has been thus far a collaborative process, and I know it will continue in that vein as we navigate through the legislative process. Thanks so much.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do want to echo the comments in regards to this being a comprehensive bill from the Department of Transportation. And I do want to applaud the efforts of Commissioner Ucalito and his staff in working with us as a committee in offering some of the particular insights as the various section. It's a big bill. Many of the issues that are raised in regards to pedestrian control signals, traffic authority training, giving the flexibility, highway speed discretions, and recognizing Shoreline East and doing a feasibility study. The work that's there is incredibly important. But there were parts of it that I hesitate, again, from a standpoint of substitute language that had significant impact. And particularly for me, there are two areas: the Connecticut Commuter Transportation Council. I know that the change in the name versus the Commuter Rail Council encompasses bus lines and the diverse need to transport people. I respect that, but it's equally important for us to delve a little bit more in regards to how these members are selected and how they are governed, and most important of all, how these bodies are given the power and the investigative power to be able to represent the constituencies that they're advocating for. In this language right now in the substitute, I don't see the retention of their powers to be able to have investigatory and request and demand of agencies to submit requested a data set. So I'm going to hesitate, and I'll be voting no on this, even though a majority of this bill is important and effective toward highway safety. But nevertheless, I again, and this is an applause to you in your commitment as we work through many of these bills through this meeting. A no vote or a yes vote doesn't mean the work is done. And you have been very gracious and very collegial in recognizing that we can continue to work on this as a work in progress and collaborate to create and craft the best bill possible. But that being said, I'm going to vote no on two parts as it relates to the rail. The Connecticut Transportation revision, that still needs to be ironed out. And the second point of concern is in this bill in section 14, the Norwalk Transit District dissolution. I think when we first began talking about it, it was a consideration. And I still remember the current director waiting to be virtually the last individual testifying on a very long day to ensure that his organization and the important role they have in administration and impact on the Norwalk Transit District is heard. And when I saw the dissolution of this, I was extremely concerned. So again, these are two very, very important points to me that leads to me to a no vote in this committee vote. But I also want to commend the commissioner and many of the other points that have been raised that reflects his understanding and his commitment to traffic safety, because that is paramount for all of us as a member of this committee. So thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, compliment to you to know that we are going to continue working on this.
Thank you, Senator Wong. And to directly address the two issues that you highlight, I want to be completely forthright with you. This is one of those bills we end up working on all the way up till June. One of the unfortunate aspects of how we structure the legislative process is the committee work ends and there's still 3 months to go before the end of session. There's many former ranking members who are still on this committee who've worked with me on this committee and other committees in the past, and they know that like I don't disappear for those 3 months. We work closely together and we make sure that we've got every one of the issues that you highlight and members of this committee highlight rectified before we call it on the floor. I think we've got there on the Connecticut Public Transportation Council. I think I recognize the language that you were concerned about originally. I think we got to a good place with it, but if there's still further amendments that we need to make to it, you have my commitment that we'll work towards that. And with respect to the Norwalk Transit District, I share your enthusiasm for the new executive director of the Norwalk Transit District. I've heard only positive things in the last few weeks and months about the new director and his role and his commitment to the future of the transit district. But the bill was submitted to us with a reflection on the past from our colleagues in Norwalk. We're deeply concerned about its operation and its willingness to engage with Norwalk constituency and whether or not it was fully serving the needs of that community. I made a commitment to my colleagues in Norwalk to continue to work on this to ensure that we have adequate bus coverage in the Norwalk area. And so at this point in time, we're requesting to move forward with it. Hopefully you are right that it'll be completely unnecessary in June. I hope that's the case. But for now, I'm going to try to move this forward. Thank you.
No, thank you. And I appreciate your words. And again, you've been a colleague and a great battler in some of the issues that we may or may not agree on. but I believe in your good faith, and we all want what's best. And I want to thank you on that. And for those many meetings we'll have before June, I'll bring the pastries next time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There we go. Representative Kennedy, followed by Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that very detailed response. But I do, first I want to say safety on our highways is paramount. I mean, we all travel the highways every day coming up to Hartford. Some days it's a really scary thing. I got cut off the other day and I don't know how that car did not hit me, but it is what it is. I think Senator Wong has said it. We can't teach common sense, I guess, but safety is paramount. But there are two issues that I have. Oh, I did want to say thank you to taking out the TAR funding in section 1, and so that our towns wouldn't be penalized for that. But where I have trouble with is, so on the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council, currently when individuals are selected, they go through our executive and legislative nominations process. What will the process be now? Just simply an appointment, or how will they be vetted?
Thank you. Representative Kennedy, we do not amend the traditional process by which our appointments are vetted. It will continue to go through that process, but the appointment powers and the actual sort of appointing entities requirements for their appointment may have changed slightly to reflect the need to put folks who are utilizing our bus service instead of just rail service.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And my other concern, it is a ways down the road for me, but I do have concerns with section 14, the Norwalk Transit District dissolution. I just have concerns of any unintended consequences. We have so many other transit districts in our state, and I wonder if and how they could be impacted. And I just wanted to say that the executive director, who, as Senator Wong said, did wait a long time to testify. And he had quite a vision, I thought, for that transit district. And it's unfortunate that he only has the next 8 months, I think, about, because this goes into effect on January 2024 if it passes. But he really won't have the opportunity to execute some of the visions that he had for the Norwalk Transit District. So for today, I will be a no, and I look forward to many continued conversations with you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Sims, to be followed by Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be voting for this bill out of committee. And to talk about the Norwalk Transit District, we have conversations with the new CEO. We're very confident that he's going to do a great job, and that he's really going to listen to the constituents as well as the leaders of the community. And so for that, I'm extremely grateful for the collaboration and the work that's being going on in this committee. And we'll continue to have these conversations as we proceed. So today I'll be voting yes in support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative O'Day, followed by Representative Mara, followed by Representative Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple quick questions, if I may, with regard to the sections 8 through 10, the process, and I agree with the idea of having bus riders on the council, representatives, I should say. Are they now not going to be going through exec noms?
Thank you, Representative O'Day. And this may be a direct change of comment that I may have provided to Representative Kennedy, because I'm getting advice that the current language as written would no longer require these individuals to go through executive nominations. The current seated members would no longer need to go through executive nominations, and all future nominations
Would not need to go through exec noms. Is there a reason why that is not going to happen again?
It's amazing the things you remember when you're put on the spot, but I am recalling that this is pretty much a unique entity as far as these types of councils go, where the nominees had to go through an executive nomination process.
All right, well, I have concerns. I certainly will reach out to find out why we're removing them, going through exec noms. I generally like it when we have more involvement, not less, but there may be a reason for it that I'm not fully comprehending at this point in time. The second, I want to echo the comments of my colleague from the 140th and the ranking members on the elimination of in section, I think it's 14, the Norwalk Transit. I have concerns there, so I'm going to vote no on this bill. There was some discussions about doing an amendment to eliminate section 14, but due to the commitment from the good chair and my consistent appreciation of his work with us in the years past, we're not going to offer that amendment, but hopefully we can work towards getting a compromise and see if the elimination of the Norwalk Transit District doesn't actually need to happen come June. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I look forward to working with you going forward.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. And sadly, I don't know that I can get one of these cannolis out to you wherever you're testifying from. Representative Mara, to be followed by Representative Steinberg.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to echo some of the sentiments that some others have already had. I am also a representative of Norwalk, and I will say that the first time that I heard about this bill was we had an update in Norwalk, and that was also the first time that the CEO of the Norwalk Transit District heard about this bill as well. So the transparency, I think, with which this has been done, well, it's not transparent. And I'm not a big fan of holding this over Norwalk Transit as they move forward and they try to make their plans. I don't think that's fair. I think he's being very honest and upfront with how he wants to see things through. And I think he's willing to work with everyone. So I just wanted to make my sentiments known because I will be voting no on this bill for that reason. And I hope to work with everyone. It sounds like everybody's willing to work to move this forward. So thank you very much for letting me make my comments.
And thank you, Representative Mara, and thank you for highlighting your issue back in the public hearing about a month ago. You did a great job making it clear to me that the entirety of the Norwalk delegation was not, in fact, in favor of this. And I appreciated your insights and support for them. And I think I'm reaching a point where, like you and the rest of the Norwalk delegation, where I'm inclined to believe strongly that the future for Norwalk Transit District is bright. But frankly, there were a number of concerns that constituents raised to us, and the representatives from that district did raise, and we thought it was important to move forward. But your points are very well heard, and your opinion was very well expressed to me a month ago, and I do appreciate it. Representative Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not a member of the Norwalk delegation. However, Westport is served by the Norwalk Transit District, and I share many of the concerns that have been expressed. I will flag this by voting yes. You can do that.
I don't know that we have a yes flag, Representative Steinberg.
Yeah, I'm really going to work on that. What I'd like to say, though, is that we could still use a somewhat more elegant solution for the issues of consolidation of transit districts than where we are today. And I think the Norwalk district has been caught up in a bit of this. So I hope that this committee will continue to look for real solutions to make sure that everyone in Connecticut can have a seamless bus experience. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Denning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to, also not a member of the Norwalk delegation. I am voting yes, but this Norwalk Transit Authority does serve the town of Wilton, and the service has been getting better. And I hope as we continue, whatever we do, the continued work towards this as a progressive transportation system benefits all of these towns. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, Mr. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
This is an immediate roll call vote to JFS to the floor, SB 904, LCO number 6166. Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Lamar,
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Burger Javallo,
Rep. Burger Gervallo votes yes.
Senator Wong,
Senator Huang, nay.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes no.
Representative Blumenthal,
Blumenthal votes yes.
Representative Bronco,
Bronco votes no.
Representative Carney,
Carney votes no.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Chaleski,
Representative Chaleski votes no.
Representative Concepcion, Representative Conley, Representative Dancho,
Representative Dancho votes no.
Representative DiCaprio,
Representative DiCaprio votes no.
Representative Denning,
Representative Denning votes yes.
Representative Farrar, Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes no.
Senator Gaston.
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Sorry, Senator, can you repeat your vote real quick? I didn't see your face.
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Khanna,
Representative Khanna votes yes.
Representative Labriola.
Labriola votes no.
Sorry, Representative, I didn't catch your face. Can you repeat your vote again?
Labriola votes no.
Thank you. Representative McCarthy Vehi. Representative Mara.
Representative Mara votes no.
Senator Martin.
Senator Martin votes no.
Representative Michelle.
Michelle votes yes.
Representative Moran Bello.
Representative Moran Bello votes yes.
Senator Needleman. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes no.
Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Reyes.
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Turco.
Representative Turco votes yes.
Representative Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes no.
Are there any names I have not called yet? And that is the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Again, a reminder, the votes will remain open until 5 p.m. Moving on to item number 4, SB 993. Much to everyone's great joy, I imagine. This is a straight JF to the floor. No JFS language. Nothing has changed since we originally heard it in the public hearing about a month and a half ago. Do I have a motion? Moved by Representative Sims. Is there a second? Representative Denning. Any discussion on the comprehensive bill on behalf of the Connecticut Airport Authority? Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And indeed, it is just as we presented to the public. It is a comprehensive review, but it also indicates that the CAA is an effective entity. If I only had one wish, I would just wish they worked better with the local municipalities in which some of the airports are based. But beyond that, it reflects their communications with us as a committee, and I urge support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Representative Zawistowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for putting this through without saddling all kinds of S language on it. It just makes life so much easier. They were all so easy. This does support a lot of the needs that the CAA has. It simplifies the municipal permitting process as well for aircraft registration, which is the benefit does go to the towns, so it's just as easy for them to administer that program. So, but there's a lot of other good things in this, and I fully support the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Wong, Representative Kennedy, is there consideration for the establishment of a consent calendar? And might this be included or we? Okay, no problem. Mr. Clerk, seeing no need for further comment, could you please call the roll?
This is an immediate roll call vote to JF to the floor, SB 993. Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Lamar,
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Senator Lopes, Representative Berger Javallo,
Berger Javallo votes yes.
Senator Wong,
Senator Wong, yay.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal,
Blumenthal votes yes.
Representative Bronco,
Bronco votes yes.
Representative Carney,
Representative Carney votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Chalesky,
Representative Chalesky votes yes.
Representative Concepcion, Representative Conley,
Conley votes yes.
Representative Dancho,
Representative Dancho votes yes.
Representative Denning,
Representative Denning votes yes.
Representative Farrar, Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes yes.
Senator Gaston,
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Representative Khanna,
Representative Khanna votes yes.
Representative Labriola, Representative McCarthy Vahey, Representative Mara, Senator Martin,
Senator Martin votes yes.
Representative Michelle.
Michelle votes yes.
Sorry, Representative, I didn't see your face. Can you repeat your vote? Can you repeat your vote, please?
Michelle votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Morinbello,
Representative Morinbello votes yes.
Senator Needleman, Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Senator Austin,
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario, Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Smith, Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Turco,
Representative Turco votes yes.
Representative Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes yes.
Is there anyone's names I have not called yet or anyone who's arrived recently?
Hey, Mr. Clerk, Senator Lopes votes yes, please.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other further names?
Representative DiCaprio votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Is there anyone else? And that is the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 5, which was Senate Bill 995. Motion would be a JFS to the floor of LCO 5137.
So moved.
Moved by Senator Cohen, seconded by Representative Kennedy. This bill basically does 3 things: requires the removable windshield placards wording to be accessibility parking permit, and moving forward prohibits the placards that are being used using the words parking permit for persons with disabilities. Second, it requires a DMV commissioner to check DPH state death registry monthly to cancel any placard that's issued to a deceased individual identified in the registry rather than the periodic obligation that's currently in statute. And the third item is requires the DMV commissioner and deputy commissioner of DESP to convene a working group to look at the placard and registry process and determine that it's most equitable in its administration and adjudication. So any further discussion on the bill before? Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a comment. I'm glad we're looking to move this forward as a committee. As somebody who has several constituents who have reached out to me on this issue and the misuse and abuse of these placards, perhaps lifetime placards that were given out, and yet the family member has since is immobilized or deceased, and unfortunately, folks choosing to use those placards when they're not necessary. So I think we really need to put our eyes on this and put our heads together on how to prevent this and look to enforcement, because there are folks that really need these placards. They really need those disability access in parking lots or, wherever they are. I hear awful stories about people having to circle parking lots, not being able to get to where they're going, only to witness somebody abusing the use of a placard. So I do think it's something that we need to talk about. A lot of thought and attention has already gone into this up to this point. I know we've had this before this committee in the past. And I'm hopeful that this is the session in which we can get something over the finish line for folks in the IDD community. Thanks so much.
Any other comments? Seeing none. Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
This is an immediate roll call vote to JFS to the floor, SB 995, LCO number 5173. Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Lamar,
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Berger Javallo,
Berger Javallo votes yes.
Senator Wong,
Senator Huang Ye.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal,
Blumenthal votes yes.
Representative Bronco,
Bronco votes yes.
Representative Carney,
Carney votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Chalesky,
Representative Chalesky votes yes.
Representative Concepcion, Representative Conley,
Conley votes yes.
Representative Denshaw,
Representative Danshaw votes yes.
Representative DiCaprio,
Representative DiCaprio votes yes.
Representative Denning,
Representative Denning votes yes.
Representative Farrar,
Representative Farrar votes yes.
Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes yes.
Senator Gaston.
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Sorry, Senator, I didn't catch your face. Can you repeat your vote, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Khanna,
Representative Khanna votes yes.
Representative Labriola, Representative McCarthy Vehy, Representative Mara, Senator Martin,
Senator Martin votes yes.
Representative Michelle,
Rep. Michelle votes yes.
Representative Morin-Bello,
Representative Morin-Bello votes yes.
Senator Needleman, Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Senator Austin,
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario, Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Smith, Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Turco,
Representative Turco votes yes.
Representative Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes yes.
Is there anyone's names I have not called? And that is the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Moving on to item number 6 on our agenda, SB 1078. This is a straight JF to the floor. Do I have a motion? Moved by Representative Sims,
Second.
seconded by Senator Cohen. This is a compilation that we heard a little over a month ago with respect to rail service requests from a number of members and communities across the state of Connecticut. In full disclosure, this often ends up being part of the conversation that you guys are all invited to on March 29th, when it's a joint committee hearing between the Transportation Finance Bonding Subcommittee and the Transportation Committee, where we discuss a lot of the transportation investments that our state will be making over the next 5 years. So a lot of this that's included in this bill will be heard at that time with the understanding of how it all fits into a greater transportation capital plan that DOT will be presenting to the committee. Is there any questions or discussions on this bill? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
This is an immediate roll call vote to JF to the floor, SB 1078. Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Lamar,
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Berger Javallo.
Berger Javallo votes yes.
Sorry, Representative, I didn't quite catch your face, right? The vote. Can you repeat your vote, please?
Berger Javallo votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Wong. Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal,
Blumenthal votes yes.
Representative Bronco,
Bronco votes yes.
Representative Carney,
Representative Carney votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Chaleski,
Representative Chaleski votes yes.
Representative Concepcion, Representative Conley,
Conley votes yes.
Representative Dancho,
Dancho votes yes.
Representative DiCaprio,
Representative DiCaprio votes yes.
Representative Denning,
Representative Denning votes yes.
Representative Farrar,
Representative Farrar votes yes.
Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes yes.
Senator Gaston.
Senator Gaston votes yes.
I'm sorry, Senator, I didn't catch your face. Can you repeat your vote, please?
Yes. Senator Gaston votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Khanna,
Representative Khanna votes yes.
Representative Labriola, Representative McCarthy Vehi, Representative Mara, Senator Martin,
Senator Martin votes yes.
Representative Michelle,
Rep. Michelle votes yes.
Representative Morinbello,
Representative Morinbello votes yes.
Senator Needleman, Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Senator Austin,
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario, Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Smith, Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Turco,
Representative Turco votes yes.
Representative Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes yes.
Is there anyone's names I have not? Senator Wong.
Senator Huang, yay.
Is there any other names I have not called or anyone who's arrived recently? And that is the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Moving on to item number 7, SB 1080. Motion would be a straight JF to the floor. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Senator Cohen. Is there a second? Representative Sims. For purpose of discussion, I'm going to turn this over to Representative Berger Gavallo, who's done incredible work leading the conversation with respect to this issue, which was a point of clarification for a number of individuals. This bill largely handles the transportation-related considerations that will likely become part of a House Priority Bill 5001. It's been worked on with all four caucuses, but we wanted to make sure there was a dedicated provision of this that was related to transportation that we heard and had discussed in the Transportation Committee. And Representative Berger Gavallo has done an incredible job leading that effort to date. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to her. Representative.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. We are really working hard in a very bipartisan manner to provide assistance to the IDD community in our state. And as you said, the elements of this particular bill are likely to end up in 5001. There are 8 sections in this. I am happy to summarize each of the sections very briefly if that works for the chair. So section 1 is going to direct the DOT to provide, with the assistance of DDS, a card or some other apparatus to IDD clients of DDS that will grant them unlimited free bus service and 50% discounted rail service. However, more work is needed to be done on this in a way that maximizes the use of federal funds, streamlines the experience for users, and we are still working to get DOT and DDS to work together on this because some of this will be an issue of communication and training. So we do have ongoing meetings with both of these agencies, and in fact we are meeting again on Monday to try and look at what this could really look like. And we have also requested information on what that dollar amount could be so that when we do ultimately get to the appropriations level, we have a much firmer idea of what this will look like. Section 2 requires the DOT, in consultation with DDS and the transit districts, to conduct a study of the cost and passenger demands and needs to expand hours. This study will take into account the daily transportation needs of members of the IDD community, traveling to and from work, shopping, essential services, that sort of thing, across the entire state. We're going to be working to narrow this study, taking into account reports that the DOT has already issued. So we don't want to be redundant in any way. Keeping in mind that this entire endeavor is a multi-year process. The ultimate bill that comes out of Human Services is of the understanding that this will not be something that is implemented. Most of it will not be implemented immediately. And that is part of this study, but a big part is making sure that we have no redundancy. Section 3 creates a process by which employers of at least 10 members of the IDD community or service providers that serve at least 10 members of the IDD community can formally request of the local transit district that a bus stop be placed near their location. DOT says that there is already something that exists, so what this may become is a clear process for request, so a request for that proposal. Then it's sort of related to section 4, which would require DDS to issue an RFP for the provision of non-medical transportation services for members of the IDD community whose daily transportation needs cannot be currently met. In our discussions with DDS and DOT, we're looking at if there are better options. And one of those is expanding DOT's existing microtransit pilot program. Excuse me, let me try that again. Existing microtransit pilot program. Section 5 requires DOT to make its travel training program, which teaches people in the IDD community how to properly and safely use local bus and rail systems, to make it available for all members of the IDD community. Again, this is something that DOT has, it exists with the help of it was called the Kennedy Center. I believe it's been renamed. It is Kennedy still. So this does exist. So now what we're talking about is turning this into a better communication process so that perhaps when they receive the card, there is information or detail on how to access the training on these kinds of travel systems. Section 6 requires DDS in consultation with DOT to develop an easily accessible and on-demand training resource for school bus employees, which is pretty self-explanatory. Section 7 requires DMV to allow disabled individuals to take a driver's license road test at a driving school rather than a DMV location. This is a part that may actually not even need to exist at all. We want to hold it there just in case, because we are of the understanding that the DMV has an existing program. We just want to be certain that it will come to any DMV. This program will be able to be accessed by any DMV in any location across the state. Section 8 allows these individuals, upon request and in cases when the individual is not able to drive, to access a third placard. So we're talking about placards again, for use by caregivers while transporting the individual in question. So those are basic summaries. I'm happy to answer any questions that may come through you, Mr. Chair, but I think that that pretty much wraps up what at least the individual goals of this broader bill are.
Thank you, Representative Berger-Cavallo, for your incredible work on this bill today. I know there's still a lot of work left to do, and that you'll represent this committee well as it moves forward in what has been a very bipartisan, by-chamber conversation. And I do appreciate your leadership in getting us to this point. Any questions for Representative Berger-Cavallo? Senator Wong.
No questions for her other than a big compliment. Thank you very much for your tireless effort on this. I also want to acknowledge the various members on different committees that have made a commitment to the IDD initiative. And we have, even within our own committee, Senator Austin, who co-chairs the IDD caucus. Most important of all, this is part of a comprehensive bill that takes a look at a community that is very important among us, but unfortunately, as we have seen in COVID, struggled in a disproportionate way in the impact that it has. And I'm grateful that we have taken the leadership, and the House has taken it through the Speaker's office, taken this initiative and looking at IDD. Make no mistake about it, there will be some fiscal notes on that. But nevertheless, I think in a worthy basis, based upon the really great work of the various members on a bicameral and bipartisan basis, that we can do something moving forward, just as we did in the past couple of years in regards to mental health. It shows that we can indeed work together to do good things on behalf of the state of Connecticut. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Berger-Cavallo, for your work.
Thank you, Senator. You actually bring up a point that I wanted to make and neglected to, and that is the reason that the process of this bill is a little different than what we saw last year in 5001, which addressed mental health. There was a start date there that allowed for one bill across the 3 or 4 committees of cognizance. This, because I think we have 7 committees who are doing the lion's share of the work on this, and because we didn't begin it until really essentially when the session began, it is necessary to do it in a little bit more of a jigsaw puzzle kind of a manner. So that is why the difference from what we've done in the past.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, and with indulgence of my former Vice Chair, Representative Sims, who's jealous of the fact that I never gave him that type of airtime when he was Vice Chair. Though Representative Sims did lead passage of our 4-year to 6-year driver renewal process, which I deeply appreciated. Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
This is an immediate roll call vote to JF to the floor, SB 1080. Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Lamar.
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Senator Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Berger-Cavallo.
Berger-Cavallo votes yes.
Senator Wong.
Senator Wong, yay.
Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal.
Blumenthal votes yes.
Representative Bronco.
Bronco votes yes.
Representative Carney.
Carney votes yes.
Senator Cabrera. Representative Chalesky.
Representative Chaleski votes yes.
Representative Concepcion. Representative Conley.
Conley votes yes.
Representative Dancho.
Dancho votes yes.
Representative DiCaprio.
Representative DiCaprio votes yes.
Representative Denning. Representative Farrar.
Representative Farrar votes yes.
Senator Fazio.
Fazio votes yes.
Senator Gaston.
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Representative Khanna.
Representative Khanna votes yes.
Representative Labriola. Representative McCarthy Vehy. Representative Mara. Senator Martin.
Senator Martin votes yes.
Representative Michelle.
Michelle votes yes.
Representative Morambello.
Representative Morambello votes yes.
Senator Needleman. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Reyes.
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Smith. Representative Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Turco.
Representative Turco votes yes.
Representative Zalestowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes yes.
Is there anyone's names I have not, Representative Denning? Thank you. Is there any other names I have not called yet? And that is the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Moving on to item number 8, HB 5371. The motion is a JFS for LCO number 5996. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Cohen, seconded by Representative Kennedy. This is a simple amendment which would reduce from 7 applications to 5 applications per month, the threshold at which DMV must require dealers to file registration applications electronically. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
This is an immediate roll call vote to JFS to the floor, HB 5371, LCO number 5996. Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Lamar.
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Senator Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Berger Travalo.
Berger Javallo votes yes.
Senator Wong.
Senator Wong, yay.
Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal.
Blumenthal votes yes.
Representative Bronco.
Bronco votes yes.
Representative Carney.
Representative Carney votes yes.
Senator Cabrera. Representative Chaleski.
Representative Chaleski votes yes.
Representative Concepcion. Representative Conley.
Conley votes yes.
Representative Dancho.
Dancho votes yes.
Representative DiCaprio.
DiCaprio votes yes.
Representative Denning.
Representative Denning votes yes.
Representative Farrar.
Representative Farrar votes yes.
Senator Fazio.
Fazio votes yes.
Senator Gaston.
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Sorry, Senator, can you repeat your vote one more time?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Khanna.
Representative Khanna votes yes.
Representative Labriola. Representative McCarthy Vehy. Representative Mara. Senator Martin.
Senator Martin votes yes.
Representative Michelle.
Michelle is a yes.
Sorry, Representative, I didn't catch your vote. Can you repeat your?
Michelle is a yes.
Thank you. Representative Morambello.
Representative Morambello votes yes.
Senator Needleman. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Reyes.
Representative Reyes also in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Smith. Representative Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Turco.
Representative Turco votes yes.
Representative Zaustowski.
Representative Zaustowski votes yes.
Is there anyone's names I have not called? And that is the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Moving on to item number 9, HB 6654. Motion is a JFS LCO number 5141. Do I have a motion? Moved by Senator Wong. Is there a second? Representative Sims, thank you very much. The bill before us is just a fairly simple way to improve safety on our roadways, in which we would notify people of existing motor vehicle safety recalls that may be in effect that they do not know. And it requires repairers or emissions inspectors to inform the customer of any open recalls that are on their car. This came to us from originally from Senator Kissel, and we thought very highly of it. We turned it into a bill that we have before you today. Is there any comments? Representative Zaustowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill was introduced by my Senator Kissel. And I think it's a very, it's a good idea, but I'm not sure how necessary it is. I know that the commissioner had said that when the emissions checks your vehicle, they're also checking for recalls and everything else. And I do have some concerns about whether or not the repairers will have the time or inclination to be able to check. I mean, a lot of these guys are very, very busy right now. And what I'm most concerned about is the potential liability. What happens if they don't check, or what happens if they do check and they don't inform the owner of the vehicle properly, or just, I'm very concerned about that. I have communicated with the senator, and he's open to trying to make a few changes on it. I would like to vote yes to pass this out of committee, but I do hope that we can at least address the liability issue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just briefly, I would echo the comments of Representative Zaustowski. I am just concerned about our small repair shops, and if they should miss something, could there be potential litigation? So I look forward to working with leadership and strengthening this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Kennedy. That's a very fair point. Seeing no more need for comment, Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
This is an immediate roll call vote to JFS to the floor, HB 6654, LCO number 5141. Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Lamar. Senator Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Berger Dravallo.
Berger Dravallo votes yes.
Senator Wong.
Senator Huang, yay.
Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal.
Blumenthal votes yes.
Representative Bronco.
Bronco votes yes.
Representative Carney.
Carney votes yes.
Senator Cabrera. Representative Chaleski.
Representative Chaleski votes yes.
Representative Concepcion. Representative Conley.
Conley votes yes.
Representative Dancho.
Representative Dancho votes yes.
Representative DiCaprio.
DiCaprio votes yes.
Representative Denning.
Representative Denning votes yes.
Representative Farrar.
Representative Farrar votes yes.
Senator Fazio.
Fazio votes yes.
Senator Gaston.
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Senator, can you repeat your vote one more time, please?
Yes, Senator Gaston votes yes.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Khanna.
Representative Khanna votes yes.
Sorry, Representative, I didn't catch you. How did you vote?
Yes.
I didn't see sorry, Representative, I didn't see your face. Can you repeat that one more time?
Representative Khanna votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Labriola. Representative McCarthy Vehi. Representative Mara. Senator Martin.
Senator Martin votes yes.
Representative Michelle.
Michelle votes yes.
Representative Morinbello.
Representative Morinbello votes yes.
Senator Needleman. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Reyes. Representative Rosario. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Smith. Representative Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Turco.
Representative Turco votes yes.
Representative Zalestowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes yes.
Is there anyone's names I have not called? And that is the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Moving on to item number 10, HB 6656. The motion would be a JFS LCO number 6133. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Senator Cohen, seconded by Senator Wong. The issue before us is with respect to motor vehicle operators licenses, and the bill would require the driver's license knowledge test be administered at the option of the applicant in English, Spanish, and at least 34 other languages as prescribed by the DMV commissioner. This would require the DMV commissioner to consult with representatives of organizations that advocate on behalf or assist immigrant organizations, refugees, other persons who are English language learners. It must be responsive to the linguistic needs of emergent immigrant and refugee populations in the state. It also requires a DMV commissioner to offer appointments for on-the-road skills at licensed driving schools for all students who are otherwise eligible to take the test. And it requires a DMV commissioner to submit a status report to Transportation Committee concerning agreement with Taiwan for reciprocal recognition of driver training requirements, an issue that Senator Wong worked on maybe 6 years ago originally, and I think we deserve to get an update on that. Is there any conversation on this bill? Senator Cohen, did you want to take lead?
Yeah, I just want to comment on this. I'm really happy with where this landed. Our substitute language on this and collaboration with the Department of Motor Vehicles on this particular bill has been phenomenal. We heard from several members in particular of the Nepali community, as well as organizations such as IRIS, who do such good work with immigrants and refugees coming into the state of Connecticut. And what we learned from them is that we were falling short because folks that are English language learners couldn't become mobile in the state, which is really necessary. Being able to join the workforce here means that you need to get your driver's license. And this was creating a significant roadblock for them. So again, just want to particularly thank the Commissioner of Motor Vehicles on this and his willingness to work with us and come up with an approach that will work with these communities in the state of Connecticut. So I'm pleased with where we've landed. I'm hopeful we'll be able to do even more as we move forward, taking that collaborative approach. So again, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, for your help with this bill. And thank you, special thanks to Representative Farrar and Representative Comey, who have been proponents of this bill and brought it to our attention. Thank you.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and also those individuals acknowledged by the Senate Chair. I also want to acknowledge the Senate Chair for her efforts and advocacy on this issue. I want to give an extra credit to the Department of Motor Vehicle, the Commissioner's Office, in understanding that the complexity of what is being articulated or trying to implement here may in the past look to be too formidable and maybe too costly. But I think in utilizing technology and our ability to translate in an effective manner has opened up a great potential to be more inclusive and offer opportunities for many citizens with language difficulties, first generation individuals in our country, to be able to partake in transportation and the means to be able to get themselves to and from work and to live in a more connected way. I'm interested to see what the fiscal note will be for implementing this. We've gotten assurance of the technology innovations to be able to keep this cost at a reasonable rate. And if indeed that is yes, I'll be full support of it in the Senate. But nevertheless, the idea is well-intentioned, and the inclusive nature of engagement with all the communities in our state is laudable. So thank you very much. And again, thank you to the Commissioner's Office in DMV for recognizing and undertaking this initiative and trying to do better. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And thank you. It's a great point to highlight that this is really a complete 180 from where DMV had been in the past. It was a new approach that they took to this, and I'm really need to commend them for embracing this idea in a way that I haven't seen them embrace in the past. It was really great to see. Representative Farrar, followed by Representative O'Day.
Thank you, the chair, House Chair and Senate Chair. And I just want to acknowledge and follow up on what everyone has shared, but in particular, I think we often state as legislators that some of the best ideas that we pass here come from our constituents. And I just want to acknowledge in my district, the 20th district, it really was an idea that came forward from our significant Nepalese community in West Hartford and Newington to bring forward that this really was a barrier that they've been facing for several years. And as you noted, I'm just really pleased that we've gotten to a place that certainly doesn't just meet the needs of our Nepalese community, but so many of our incoming immigrant and refugee folks, and ensures that Connecticut really is a leader in welcoming to all and ensuring that so many of the individuals in our communities can really build a new life and can certainly really be a part of thriving in our state. So I really look forward to the next stages of this bill, and certainly look forward to working collaboratively with the Department of Motor Vehicles in making sure that all of our constituents are well informed of what the next steps are. So thank you to the chairs for all of your great work on this.
Thank you, Representative Farrar, for your work on this. Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I too want to commend all the proponents of the bill. My one concern, I have a recollection, Mr. Chair, as you said, it's funny how sometimes we remember things as we're going through this process. I have a recollection that there was a compromise to the current language of the bill that when at least 1% of the state's population, based on the most recent U.S. Census, that was a compromise. So that because of the cost concerns, and I'm wondering how we came up with at least 34 languages, as opposed to language that might say up to 34 languages, or why was it 34 and not 40 or 20? Was there a particular reason for that number?
Thank you, Representative O'Day. And yes, I want to commend Commissioner Guerrera for his work on this. He spent a lot of time looking at approaches that were taken in other states, the availability for language development of the knowledge test, the practicality of it being implemented in the state of Connecticut. And he's really educated us as to what is possible inside of the DMV right now. And he's the one who suggested that they could hit these numbers. And frankly, we moved away from the 1% on the most recent census for, I think, facts that we know, but maybe weren't fully thought through, is that the most recent census was taken on March 1st of 2020. And since that time, we've had refugees who've come to this country from Afghanistan, from Ukraine, from other locations. And so utilizing the decennial census wasn't a true and accurate measure of the emerging population centers within our state. And we needed to base our state policy on what we're seeing on the ground here. And we recognize that it was a better tool that states like Virginia were using, frankly, Texas and a few other states across the country who've moved away from using the census to determine if there was need. And so working with immigrant and refugee communities in the state, we kind of worked with our commissioner and we came up with this process. And the commissioner is the one who identified that he could, working with a contractor who's familiar with the language development and the costs associated with such, that he could accommodate these 36 languages that the DMV commissioner identifies through.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And based on that representation, I'll vote for it coming out of committee. I'm just concerned on the cost, but I will reach out to the commissioner and I appreciate all the efforts by those that got the bill to where it is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments, Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
This is an immediate roll call vote to JFS to the floor, HB 6656, LCO number 6133. Senator Cohen,
Votes yes.
Representative Lamar,
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Burger Travallo,
Burger Travallo votes yes.
Senator Wong,
Senator Huang, yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal,
Blumenthal votes yes.
Representative Bronco,
Bronco votes yes.
Representative Carney,
Carney votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Chalesky,
Representative Chalesky votes yes.
Representative Concepcion, Representative Conley,
Conley votes yes.
Representative Dancho,
Dancho votes yes.
Representative DiCaprio,
Representative DiCaprio votes no to flag the financial concern.
Representative Denning,
Representative Denning votes yes.
Representative Farrar,
Representative Farrar votes yes.
Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes yes.
Senator Gaston.
Gaston votes yes.
Sorry, Senator, I didn't catch your face. Can you repeat your vote again, please?
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Khanna,
Representative Khanna votes yes.
Representative Labriola, Representative McCarthy Vahey, Representative Mara, Senator Martin,
Senator Martin votes yes.
Representative Michelle,
Rep. Michelle votes yes.
Representative Morinbello,
Representative Morinbello votes yes.
Senator Needleman, Representative O'Day,
Rep. O'Day votes yes.
Senator Austin,
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario, Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Smith, Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Turco,
Representative Turco votes yes.
Representative Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes yes.
Is there anyone's names I have not called? And that is the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Moving on to item number 11, HB 6657. The motion would be a JFS of LCO 5809. Do I have a motion? Moved by Representative Denning. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Cohen. The bill before us is regarding non-consensual towing. There is significant JFS language, and I want to stand up for JFS language. How would we otherwise know that Katrina Stratton is the best LCO attorney in the legislature if it wasn't for the fact that I rely on her so much to get this all before you? I otherwise wouldn't have known 4 years ago. But because I have Katrina, this is an absolutely incredible work that we've done over the last few weeks in consultation with the impacted industry and advocates on behalf of towing reform. It looks at best practices from across the country. It seeks to establish some protections for folks who feel like they've been unfairly targeted and having their cars towed without just cause. The issues before us, I think, demand continued contemplation. I may not have gotten it all right, and that'd be my fault, not Ms. Stratton's fault. And as I continue to work through this, I do appreciate the feedback that I've gotten from the industry and from folks here who recognize that there may be a need to reform, but maybe I haven't gotten all the way there yet. So with that, we put in some signage requirements. We limit this to private residential complexes. There was concern about this being utilized on commercial properties. So we limited it. We let people know that there were accepted causes where you could still initiate a tow if you're blocking a handicapped entrance or a demarcated location or a fire lane or for other public safety reasons. But we really want to get after what we see as the bad actions that even the industry itself recognized were inappropriate. Again, we didn't create a lot of new law here, new law for Connecticut, but these are all policies that are in place across the country for a reason, requiring that the tow companies take more than just cash. We heard of a practice in which a community would have cars towed 20, 30, 40 miles away to a location in which the individuals could then only access via bus or Uber at a huge extraordinary cost and time inconvenience. And once they'd get there, they would be required to pay in cash and cash only. And that same location refused to offer change if they did not have exact change for picking up their car. Clearly that was open for some type of regulation. I know, based upon feedback I've gotten from members on this committee, that they don't think I'm all the way there yet. Again, as with other issues on our agenda, you have my commitment. I hope I've evidenced it with the changes that we've made to date based upon the concerns that were raised at the public hearing, that I will continue to try to get there. But I do think this is an important issue and demands some form of regulation in the state of Connecticut. Are there any, Senator Wong?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I wholeheartedly agree with you on this amendment on Ms. Stratton being the best LCO attorney for this committee. But that's where we may depart. And the history of this bill is interesting, the non-consensual towing, because prior to coming into this committee as ranking, I did some homework. There's been emotions on this issue. There are perceptions, there are obvious bad actors that needed to be weeded out. And I want to thank you for acknowledging and incorporating this bill. One of the major concerns for the towing industry is getting a fair market valuation for their services in their hearings, rate hearings with the Department of Motor Vehicle, to really account for the multitude of costs that they've had to endure based upon qualification to ensure proper safety. That's a positive. I think the challenge from sections 2 through to 5 is a delicate balance of balancing between consumer protection and rights versus personal property rights, and ultimately the third component of how the towing business works. They vary in such range, and this is where public hearing was tremendously helpful. We had advocates on both sides come forth and offer their viewpoints. I am grateful to know that I learned so much from both sides on this issue. We learned that many of our highway towing companies make significant financial investments to the tune of millions of dollars to ensure that they have the best vehicles and the best tools to be able to facilitate public safety on our highways. And one of the other points of consideration we don't give them enough credit for is the fact that when they're there with their machinery that they made investments to, that can expedite removing accidents that would normally take 5 or 6 hours and reduce it to 2 or 1 hour. Imagine the kind of efficiency that they afford traffic freedom. Nobody wants to sit in traffic for 4 hours. Unfortunately, we've endured that sometimes. We don't give them enough credit. And we also heard from the industry that they themselves want to weed out bad actors. And that's the challenge we have in this bill. I believe we made great progress from the past efforts of this bill that this committee has undertaken. I still believe we're not there. I accept and eagerly welcome the opportunity to continue this as a work in progress. So my no vote today is not a reflection of the efforts that have gone into this and the lessons and the values learned, but more importantly to say there is still much work to be done. And I believe progress will be made, and the no will be an offer and an invitation to continue working on this so that all shareholders can feel as though their voice is heard and it's a balanced decision making. There's nothing that I hope this committee will do that will jeopardize, if not disintegrate, small businesses like the towing industry, people who work really hard to be able to do a good job. And I think the important role is to also delineate and eliminate the bad actors. I think the towing industry has an opportunity to be able to do that in collaboration with us in designing the final bill on this. So thank you very much for your efforts. And as I close, I also want to acknowledge the Commissioner of DMV and his staff for being engaged and listening to the testimony and understanding the industry a little bit better. I'm grateful for his initiative and understanding and listening. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Austin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just have one question. If this is for private lots only, correct? And
Yes.
and if it's on those private lots that are all demarcated for certain apartments, and those apartments drivers come and they find their spot is taken, can they have that person tow, or does it have to wait the 24-hour time frame?
Thank you. They can have that person towed. They would not have to wait 24 hours.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions. Sorry. Senator Wong.
Thank you for the second time. I also wanted to add the additional feedback from our universities, as well as the good Senator Austin cited in regards to multiple property units, property management organizations. But our universities are a unique dynamic, and some initial feedback. I know there was some efforts in regards to this substitute language, but I believe there were other concerns raised as it's impacting them in Section 4. I just wanted to note that and share that our universities are unique in that they are transitory organization and entity facility, and people come in and out a lot, and being able to do what they need to do to clear the pathways are critical for public safety. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Sims.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just, listen to all the testimony and listening to some of the comments made today. I didn't hear much about some of the other organizations that they don't tow, but they'll use like barnacles, where they'll cover your window, a large portion of your window. So if you block a parking space or you park in an illegal parking space, they'll put these barnacles on your car, and they won't remove them until you pay a fine. So does that has the same kind of level of concern for these drivers these tow drivers that tow cars? Will this have the same kind of implications, because you won't be able to drive your car or back your car up out of these spaces if you have these barnacles on your window? So how do we deal with or address those issues?
Representative Sims, I have to acknowledge complete ignorance on the utilization of that type of device on parked cars. I hadn't heard that before, and this bill does not consider that. This bill doesn't consider that, frankly, because I hadn't heard that utilization. So it was something I will look at as we move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further questions, Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
This is an immediate roll call vote to JFS to the floor, HB 6657, LCO number 5809. Senator Cohen,
Votes yes.
Representative Lamar, Senator Lopes,
Lopes votes yes.
I'm sorry, Senator, I didn't see your face. Can you repeat your vote, please?
Senator votes yes.
I'm sorry, Senator, one more time, please.
I think I'm in a bad spot. Any luck here? Can you see me voting yes?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Berger Gervalo, Senator Wong,
Senator Huang, no.
Representative Kennedy,
Representative Kennedy is a no today, but Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your words and I really do look forward to working with you to strengthen this bill even further, but thank you for your efforts.
Representative Blumenthal,
Blumenthal votes yes.
Representative Bronco,
Bronco votes no.
Representative Carney, Senator Cabrera, Representative Chalesky,
Representative Chalesky votes no.
Representative Concepcion, Representative Conley,
Conley votes yes.
Representative Dancho,
Dancho votes no.
Representative DiCaprio,
Caprio, no.
Representative Denning,
Representative Denning votes yes.
Representative Farrar.
Representative Farrar votes yes.
I'm sorry, Representative, I didn't catch your vote.
Yes.
Thank you. Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes no.
Senator Gaston,
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Representative Khanna,
Representative Khanna votes yes.
Representative Labriola, Representative McCarthy Vehy, Representative Mara, Senator Martin,
Senator Martin votes yes.
Representative Michaud,
Rep. Michelle votes yes.
Representative Morambella, Senator Needleman, Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes no.
Senator Austin,
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Reyes, Representative Rosario, Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Smith, Representative Steinberg, Representative Turco,
Representative Turco votes yes.
Representative Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes no.
Is there anyone's names I have not called?
Mr. Clerk, may I vote?
Yes, Representative, how do you vote?
Berger Gervalo votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk,
Any
may
other
I
name
vote?
I have not- Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
thank you. Is there any other names I have not called? And that is the row, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Moving on to item number 12 on our agenda, HB 6670. This would be a straight JF, which I know everyone loves. Do I have a motion? Moved by Representative Sims, seconded by Representative Denning. Any discussion on the bill from the governor's office, which would be the study of consolidation and metropolitan planning organizations? Seeing no comments, Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
This is an immediate roll call vote to JF to the floor, HB 6670. Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Lamar,
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Burger Javala,
Burger Gervalo votes yes.
Senator Wong,
Senator Huang, no.
Representative Kennedy,
Representative Kennedy votes no.
Representative Blumenthal,
Blumenthal votes yes.
Representative Bronco,
Bronco votes no.
Representative Carney, Senator Cabrera, Representative Chalesky,
Representative Chalesky votes no.
Representative Concepcion, Representative Conley,
Conley votes yes.
Representative Dancho,
Tancho votes no.
Representative DiCaprio,
Caprio votes no.
Representative Denning,
Representative Denning votes yes.
Representative Farrar,
Representative Farrar votes yes.
Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes no.
Senator Gaston,
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Representative Khanna,
Representative Khanna votes yes.
Representative Labriola, Representative McCarthy Vehi, Representative Mara, Senator Martin,
No.
Representative Michelle,
Michelle votes yes.
Representative Morambello, Senator Needleman, Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes no.
Senator Austin,
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes in the affirmative. Thank you.
Representative Rosario, Representative Sims,
Representative Sin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Smith, Representative Steinberg, Representative Turco,
Representative Turco votes yes.
Representative Zaustowski.
Representative Zalestowski votes no.
Is there anyone's names I have not called or anyone who's
Mr. Clerk,
Representative Steinberg?
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Is there any other names who'd like to vote? Representative Carney.
Carney votes no.
Is there anyone else? And that is the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 13. Motion for the floor on HB 6744. JFS language would be LCO 6163. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Cohen, second by Senator Wong. This is a comprehensive bill, which the title gives away the first portion of it, but may not get to the other portions of it. This would require DOT to develop and submit to DOP a plan for compensatory reforestation of all areas, at least a half acre in size, that are scheduled for deforestation. Part of the DOT's landscape management plan requires reforestation attempts. It requires DEEP to adopt regulations with respect to where you replant, how you replant, the type of species that you replant. It goes a little bit further in sections 2 and 3 with respect to creating a noise barrier program. We would have DOT develop and implement a retrofit program in accordance with the federal guidelines that would provide for construction of noise barriers along existing highway. You got to conduct a statewide noise evaluation about whether or not it's actually feasible or reasonable in some locations. Everyone likes the idea of noise barriers. Sometimes they're actually the worst possible technology to deploy based upon how the audio waves bounce off one another. So, people might want them, but it might actually cause the problem to get worse. But we're going to require DOT to go about that process. They actually are currently going through a noise study as well. Once they have that study, they'd create a rating system highlighting the priority areas based upon the significance and need for noise barriers. We'd also do a statewide decibel level testing study. We'd ask for updated noise regulation parameters. And we'd allow municipal enforcement of idling violations, which Representative Kennedy brought to us as a good approach for localities who see a number of people who are idling for more than 3 minutes at a time, and they don't have the ability to actually enforce that law. And they know they could come to us. They could find those individuals who are idling excessively in the localities. There's a series of pilot programs that we want DMV to consider. With respect to decibel level testing, to see what was coming in during the inspection, the emissions process, and to help determine if there are cars that are currently utilizing exhaust systems that create a level of reverberation that lead to excess decibels. And we asked them to come back to us with implementation guidelines of how we can actually do this on a statewide basis. How can we actually get to this problem that we're seeing? I'm hearing from my ranking members, but also members of this committee, that this isn't just a, urban New Haven issue that I'm dealing with. It's in fact something people are dealing with throughout the state. And so it's a comprehensive bill. It takes a lot of good ideas from all over this committee that we've heard this year, and I urge your support. Is there any questions or comments on the bill before us? Senator Wong, followed by Representative Kennedy and then Representative Denning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this bill was precipitated by local communities reaching out to their representatives as their communities are impacted by the significant tree removal program that was undertaken by DOT, but also by our utility companies as well. And this looks to review and give people a sense of a voice. Now, the good chair did correctly cite that it also had substitute language that incorporated noise barriers and sound decibels. And it seemed like a fit in this bill because we're talking about the deforestation that occurred that caused increases in sound and impacting quality of life. The idea of being able to have sound barriers and the good chair is right. Maybe it's not the right appropriate, but to be able to review it and maybe in collaboration with the intent of first part of this bill with reforestation and certain of the clear cutting that are native species are critical. The sound decibel issue is a quality of life concern. If anyone thinks it's a doubtful concern, all you need to do is spend 24 hours to hear the decibel of sounds impacting people's living rooms and daily outdoor living activities. You will know that this is a considerable quality of life concern. I want to compliment the commissioner of DOT, Commissioner Euclid. He sat before us as a committee and addressed some of the emotions and the frustrations of people that saw their landscape completely change overnight. And I appreciated his understanding of the frustration of many of those residents. I know it was played up in some media as a confrontation. I can assure this committee and people viewing it was not a confrontation. I think it was an opportunity to exchange perspectives. And I want to thank the commissioner for himself and his staff outreaching. And we have, as a result of that exchange, developed a better notification protocol. And I'm encouraged to announce the fact that even in the town of Fairfield, which was one of the bases of the concern of this, there are another planned tree cutting planned in the forthcoming months, and communications were loud and clear. The residents nearby were notified, the town leaders and state representations were notified, and we're planning a collaborative and constructive dialogue before any cutting occurred. This is what we can do. It is a bill to make ideas better. So obviously it comes at some impact, but nevertheless, I think ultimately we can do better when we all talk to each other. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you, Senator Wong. Representative Kennedy, followed by Representative Denning, and then Representative Sims.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate all the work you've done in this. Just want to point out that sections 1 and 9 are new, and sections 2 through 7 are from House Bill 6745. But I will be voting yes today, but I do have a couple of concerns, and I know by the way you've expressed your concerns today that we will talk about further about this. One of my concerns is in section 6 with the idling. We've probably all seen it, but moms or dads, when they're picking up their children from school, will sit in their vehicle on a cold day while the vehicle's idling. I'm sure that makes you batty. But so the thing of it is with this bill states that that parent or guardian would be assessed a $90 fee, I think it was. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at it.
I believe that's correct.
Yeah.
Up to $90.
So I do have just some concerns on that, but I think it's something we can work out. And my only other concern is I really am excited about the vegetation management, especially along our parkway, which is one of our oldest roadways in the state. I think our Merritt Parkway is a beautiful area, and it does need to get some restoration certainly done to it. But I do have concerns on any burdens on DOT and the work that they would be the work that might be put on them. So those are my concerns, but I will be voting yes today. I just wanted to flag those particular areas. And I look forward to working with leadership on this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Denning, followed by Representative Sims.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During our testimony, we heard from a Mr. Worthley from the University of Connecticut, who talked with us about landscape management, bringing back more indigenous trees into our scape so that they will actually grow better, survive longer, and not be as detrimental to us in the long term. He talked about having a trial study along maybe 20 or 30 miles of roadway. I suggest that this committee continue to work on following up with him and maybe designating along with DOT a place where we could trial this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I really appreciated Mr. Worthy's comments at the public hearing. It was really insightful and thoughtful about how we could tackle this approach. I know Senator Cohen, who I'm surprised didn't want to speak on this bill, has actually been a leader on this in the Environment Committee for a number of years and actually led much of the negotiation on this. Actually, we've been dealing with UConn School of Agriculture and other impacted people to try to get a really comprehensive approach to this. Representative Sims.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you know, my concerns are more in line with the idling of trains, and I haven't heard that conversation brought into this conversation. You're talking about trains that are idling as well, and in my district, I live in the heart of South Norwalk, which is very close to the train station, and you hear trains idling at 1 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock in the morning. And it's a huge disturbance for a lot of our residents, especially our seniors that are in and around that area. So I would like to see that added to this as well. You know, and that's also to address some of the air pollution that we're also dealing with from many of these trains as well. So if we can, with all the great work that the DOT and their staff has done, I'd like to see this go a little further and incorporate some of these concerns in there. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
And thank you, Representative Sims. Representative Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm eager for a cannoli, but I just wanted to say quickly, thank you for including in this legislation, looking at the decimal levels, utilizing technology for the noise violations. It's been a lot of complaints that I've had. In Newington, we have the Berlin Turnpike, a lot of state roads where cars are driving very fast, and have enhanced their mufflers to exceed normal sounds, and it's really, you know, hurting people's quality of life. So I'm glad that we're going down the path of trying to see how we can mitigate that for our residents. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Carney, followed by Senator Austin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So I do have some questions regarding Section 1 and Section 6. So my first is, you know, it makes mention of at least a half an acre. So if DOT comes upon a group of trees, let's say affected by the gypsy moth, and it's over a half an acre, those trees are essentially dead. Do they have to get approval from DOT?
Thank you, Mr. Carney, for the question. Former Ranking Member Carney for the question. I don't believe that would be an exception. I believe they would actually have to come up with a compensatory reforestation plan in that circumstance of having to remove a half acre worth of trees.
So if there's a, let's say a large, a town with a lot of area and a lot of highway alongside of it. So DOT, if they take a half an acre or more of trees from the highway, they would have to plant, and there's, they can't replant there. They have to plant in the municipality. So say they have to take another half acre, do they have to keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it?
Mr. Carney, I think in the Representative Carney, sorry, and then the situation you outline, I believe that yes, DOT would be required to continually develop a reforestation program in those circumstances where they are in excess of a half an acre.
Does DEEP support this through you?
Representative Carney, I can't say for certain that they've weighed in at the newest draft at this point in time. But DEEP has been supportive in the past of attempts for us to incorporate native plantings and incorporate best practices in our roadway maintenance. So I will be certain to follow up with them to ensure that they're okay with what our current program would look like.
Okay. And my last question on this section is, if DEEP is essentially doing their job, why does DOT have to reimburse them?
I think we're trying to approach this issue in a thoughtful way in which we're asking DOT to incorporate a standard which their current maintenance and staffing levels did not necessarily have the technical expertise to provide. So we're asking them to develop this plan in consultation with relevant parties, and that'll be part of the DOT contract. It'll be part of a DOT process in which these trees are removed. But we want to rely upon the expertise, both technical and operational, in executing a replanting or reforestation plan. And I think it is responsible for us to compensate DEEP for that technical and operational support they'll provide.
Okay, I appreciate that. So with this section, my concern is that we're putting a lot on DOT. And I think that there needs to be a better balance in terms of what DOT can do, certainly whether DEEP wants to do this, but also, with what an affected municipality, how they're affected. So, I mean, I have one of the towns I represent. They're upset about some of the trees that were cut down along Route 1 that abuts I-95. To me, a potential solution or an easier pill to swallow, I think, for DOT would simply to have a conversation with the affected municipality before doing so. And if there's any objection, they deal with it that way. My concern with this is, I guess, if it's not out of the realm. I mean, the reason DOT does this is to prevent a tree from falling onto the highway and killing somebody. And I think that if there's, a bunch of dead trees, or, there's trees that are hanging over the highway and there's a storm coming, or it's, getting into the winter season, I don't think we should be necessarily handcuffing DOT as much as we are through this legislation. And my concern is that if DOT is held up on a project and somebody does die, that we're going to have a very different view of how DOT cuts trees. So I'm going to have to be a no regarding that. But also on section 6, I'm just trying to get some clarification, because 3 minutes is a short time. And like the example Representative Kennedy mentioned, a parent at school. I mean, I'm just thinking of, what if I'm a delivery driver and I get out of the car, my car's on, or Uber Eats, whatever, my car's on, I go to deliver the food or the package, and I'm there for 3 minutes and 30 seconds and a police officer drives by and gives me a ticket. I mean, is that possible under this section through you?
Thank you, Representative Carney. What we are doing was we're not changing the current regulations or law that's established with respect to car idling. That regulation exists currently in general statutes. Well, the only thing we're doing in this section is allowing a local municipality to enforce it rather than deep officer, I believe, who is currently authorized to enforce the law. We'd allow a local municipality to enforce it as well. So the standards and regulations are already current law, and in your circumstance, that would be a violation.
Is there currently a fine?
I'm going to turn that over to my LCO attorney, Katrina. Are you aware of the current fine structure established in the general statutes for a deep official with respect to the 3-minute idling violation? Representative Carney, if you could hold on just 1 minute, I'll try to get that for you.
Representative Lamar.
Thank you. Turning on to our LCO attorney, Katrina Stratton. Katrina, do you by any chance have an ability to find?
After all these compliments, no. But I will get back to you.
Thank you, Representative Carney. I'm going to have to get back to you on what the current fine in statute is the best LCO attorney in the building has having a hard time locating it in the environment statute where it was originally passed, and gosh, a long time ago.
Yeah. I appreciate it. I think she's the best LCO attorney in the building too. But regardless, I am opposed to that section. I don't like the idea of somebody who may be sitting in their car for 4 minutes, 5 minutes, potentially getting a fine of $90, especially if they're doing their job. So with that and the first section, which I hope there are improvements to, and I'd like to hear more from DEEP and DOT on it. I'm going to have to be a no on this bill today. So thanks.
I understand, Representative Carney, and frankly, like you have one of the most well-developed reputations for environmental concerns in the building, and I do take your concerns and questions with complete sincerity, and I do wish to work with you on this. Thank you.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chair. I actually agree with a few of the things that Representative Carney pointed out, and I do think that we're putting a number of obligations on the Department of Transportation on the issue of trees in particular, when you're talking about invasive species and the number of invasive species that we have had within this state just in the last 4 years that have devastated our respective I made a bet with Representative Connolly on how late we would be here, and I'm making sure that we can be there that late. Nonetheless, that's not true.
I'm trying to help her. I'm trying to have her help. Same time, I'm trying to have her help us move things forward.
Okay. So no, that's just a joke, and I don't joke very well. So, but I do think that we have to that the law. I plan on voting for it as to get it out of committee, but I'd like to see some changes to that. I'd also like to increase the ½ acre to at least an acre, if not 2, because I just think that ½ acre could be normal maintenance and not have anything to do with deforestation. And I think that Connecticut today is a more treed state than it has ever been. We have more trees today than we have ever had in the state of Connecticut. And, sometimes trees live beyond they're up beyond their useful lifespan, and they start to decay. and we need to take care of that. So, with that said, you know, I see you all the time, working on pieces of legislation and your co-chair. And I'd like to see us change a couple of the things on this, to make it, much easier to do normal, management of the trees that we have, within the confines of our state. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
And thank you, Senator Austin. And to conclude, Senator Cohen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And as my co-chair pointed out, this particular section of this piece of legislation is near and dear to me. 4 years ago, we had it before the Environment Committee in a different form. And I think since then, we've learned a lot. And while I can appreciate the public safety considerations that go into cutting and the tremendous work on the part of our Department of Transportation in making sure that the public is indeed safe as they're driving our roadways. You know, when we clear cut, we are losing our carbon sinks. And while I also appreciate the good senator's comments with respect to our canopy cover here in Connecticut, the fact remains that we have some of the worst air quality in the state, in the country, right here in the state of Connecticut. Recently downgraded from non-attainment to severe non-attainment for our ozone levels. We have some work to do. And so what that means is we need all the trees we can get here in the state of Connecticut. And so I am supportive of compensatory reforestation, even if we lose our trees to emerald ash borers or spotted lanternflies or whatever invasive species. And by the way, if you see spotted lanternflies, kill them, please. They're coming, they're back. I think we have a responsibility to ensure that we have a state that can breathe and breathe well, and having carbon sinks healthy in our state is a big piece of that. So putting on my environment hat for a minute, just to state that. Also just want to mention that, you know, the Governor's Council on Climate Change, GC3, had a whole forestation unit, and I'm grateful for their work and for their recommendations. A lot of this information that we put in the bill is because of that subcommittee of GC3. And I also just want to say, as my co-chair has been mentioning for the duration of this meeting, that these are works in progress, and we take all the feedback of our colleagues very seriously, as well as our agencies. And I look forward to working with Commissioner Eucalito. He's been great to work with on this. I know that we can reach some agreement between our colleagues here today, as well as our agencies, DEEP and DOT, so that we can in fact come up with a good plan for the state of Connecticut with respect to reforestation going forward. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Senator Cohen, for your leadership on this issue over a number of years and multiple committees. So hopefully we can get this over the finish line this year. With that, Mr. Clerk, and with tip off looming, and with your mouth full of hopefully cannolis, if we could wait about 30 seconds and could then please start calling the roll. Or could Mr. Assistant Clerk maybe potentially call the roll?
Good. We're good. This is an immediate roll call vote to JFS to the floor, HB 6744, LCO number 6163. Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Lamar,
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Burger Javallo,
Burger Javallo votes yes.
Senator Wong,
Senator Huang votes yes, waiting for my pastry.
Representative Kennedy,
Representative Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal,
Blumenthal votes yes.
Representative Bronco,
Bronco votes no.
Representative Carney,
Carney votes no.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Chalesky,
Representative Chalesky votes yes.
Representative Concepcion, Representative Conley, Representative Dancho,
Dancho votes yes.
Representative DiCaprio,
Caprio votes no.
Representative Denning,
Representative Denning votes yes.
Representative Farrar,
Representative Farrar votes yes.
Senator Fazio,
Fazio votes yes.
Senator Gaston,
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Senator, can you repeat your vote again, please?
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Khanna,
Representative Khanna votes yes.
Representative Labriola, Representative McCarthy Vehy,
Representative McCarthy Vehy votes yes.
Representative Mara, Senator Martin,
Votes no.
Representative Michelle,
Michelle votes yes.
Representative Morambello,
Representative Morinbello votes yes.
Senator Needleman, Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Senator Austin,
Senator Austin votes yes, hoping for change.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes affirmative.
Representative Rosario,
Representative Rosario votes in the affirmative.
Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative, I did not see your face. Can you repeat your vote, please?
There's something going on here. I have some sort of visual in my, I have no idea where it came from. All right, I'll have to get back to you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Turco,
Representative Turco votes yes.
Representative Zalestowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes no.
Is there anyone's names I have not called? And that is the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, for calling the roll. We're at closing time, everyone. Last bill on our agenda today. There are still more pastries and more cookies and more Ingenettes and more cannolis up front for folks who, but I want to thank Representative Connolly for the great assist. Moving on to item number 14 on today's agenda, final bill on our agenda, HB 6748. That motion would be a JFS to the floor of LCO 6120. Do I hear a motion? Moved by Senator Wong, seconded by Representative Sims. Quick discussion. This has a few provisions that came to us from committee members with respect to the approval of dealership and repair shop locations, trespassing on watershed land, amendments to our move over law, and some minor technical changes to a couple statutes, and municipal approval of CAA property acquisition. All of these issues have been vetted in our caucuses amongst the four parties, and I think we're in a spot where we can recommend them at this point to move forward. I know there remain some concerns with respect to the municipal approval of CAA property acquisition, as that's an active conversation that's taking place between Bridgeport, Stratford, the Connecticut Airport Authority. I again continue to work with the interested parties to make sure we have a good resolution in place there, but I thought it was important for the Transportation Committee at this time to pass it out of committee. Are there any questions or concerns with respect to this bill? Representative Zawistowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, there were a fair number of late additions to this bill, and I do have some concerns about some, but I will be voting yes today to pass this out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments, could the clerk please call the roll? Seeing no further comments, and also I just want to announce that we're keeping votes open until 6 p.m. this evening to make it a little bit easier for a clerk to account all of the interested parties. And I do I have to keep talking, Mr. Clerk? Are you good? Now I'm going to keep talking for another minute. Again, tip off is in just a few minutes, so if you can say your names very quickly, we'll move quickly. Mr. Vieira, could you please call the roll?
JFS to the floor, House Bill 6748. LCO number 6120. Senator Cohen, how do you vote?
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Lamar,
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Senator Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Rep. Berger Gravalo,
Berger Gervallo votes yes.
Senator Wong,
Senator Huang votes yea.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal,
Blumenthal votes yes.
Representative Bronco,
Bronco votes yes.
Representative Carney,
Carney votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Chaleski,
Representative Shaleski votes yes.
Representative Concepcion, Representative Conley,
Conley votes yes.
Representative Doncho,
Dancho votes yes.
Representative DiCaprio,
Caprio votes yes.
Representative Denning,
Representative Denning votes yes.
Representative Farrar,
Representative Farrar votes yes.
Senator Fazio, Senator Gaston,
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Representative Khanna,
Representative Khanna votes yes.
Representative Labriola, Representative McCarthy Vehy,
Representative McCarthy Vehy votes no.
can you repeat that, Representative?
Representative McCarthy Vehy votes no.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mara, Senator Martin,
Yes.
Representative Michelle,
Rep. Michelle is a yes.
Representative Moore Bello,
Representative Moore Bello votes yes.
Senator Needleman, Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes, and go Friars.
Senator Austin,
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Rosario,
Representative Rosario in the negative.
Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Smith,
Smith votes yes.
Representative Steinberg,
I'm trying to vote yes, but my camera's backwards.
can you repeat that, Representative?
Representative Steinberg votes yes, but I can't find myself in this picture.
We can't see your face.
Representative, I need to see your face.
Representative, I think you need to turn the camera around.
I gotta remember how to do that.
There should be in the top right corner, there should be a little switch view button.
How's that? Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Turco,
Representative Turco votes yes. Never had as much fun in a committee meeting ever. Thank you.
Representative Zalestowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes yes.
Is there anyone's names I have not called or anyone who's arrived recently?
Yes, Mr. Clerk.
Senator Fazio.
Fazio votes yes. I hope Representative Steinberg figures it out over there too.
Is there anyone else? And that is the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Votes will remain open until 6 p.m. That concludes our business for today, but please do not leave without grabbing some more cannolis and cookies and Anjanette's. And before we go, I do want to take a few moments to thank the people who make what I think is the best committee in the building work. And frankly, we get to this point at the end of every session, having spent a lot of time with my co-chair Senator Cohen, my ranking member Senator Wong, and Representative Kennedy. I think we have an incredible relationship, was built on collaboration and trust on a lot of these issues, and make some of the hard choices that we have to make about how to vote, how to proceed, and to trust one another when we ask you to vote yes, that we're in a good place, that we'll continue to be in a good place as we work forward over the next few months. But before we even get to that point, we rely heavily, and people who have not chaired a committee before or had the privilege to do so don't know how much we lean on the expertise, the advice, the legislative drafting research that happens behind the scenes. And I am deeply thankful to our LCO attorney for the Transportation Committee, Katrina Stratton. Been highlighted numerous times, and maybe we may have set a record today on how many times we highlight our LCO attorney, but she deserves it. And frankly, I don't know how this committee would function without her. But we also rely a great deal on OLR researchers, Heather Poole and Jennifer Proto, who are always providing timely input and advice and research on questions that we have, that committee members have, about how to proceed, and the ability to evaluate policies that exist in 50 states across the country before we make acts here in Connecticut is invaluable to service to the state, and I appreciate it. This year we have a brand new clerk in Sam Clark, who not new to the legislature, has experience in the general law committee prior to coming to transportation. But I lost a friend and former clerk Phil Maniero, who had served this committee quite well. And I know he's never going to listen to transportation committee, so I can say this and not worry that he's paying attention. But Sam, you are significantly better than Phil Maniero ever was. I don't know what I was thinking, always giving him those credits. Sam, you rock it. It's incredible. You're incredible. But Sam is also assisted by two assistant clerks this year, Nathan Vieira and Lindsay DeBrito. And I appreciate your time and energy this year. I know you got a lot of work. Like, the hardest part of your job is actually the next week or so. So I know you had a lot of time that I'll see you here in the building. Thank you for all the JF reports that you'll be writing and helping us compile and inform the legislative process moving forward. And we do have incredible legislative liaisons who serve the committee. At DOT, we have Ann Kleza. The Airport Authority, we have Alex Peterson. The Port Authority, with Andrew Levine. At DMV, new to DMV, joined us midway and has really crushed it for us and getting us all the information and helping us. We said a lot of times in today's meeting that this is turning a new leaf in DMV, or my goodness, they're really taking a new focus on this issue. And a lot of that is the work of the new commissioner, Tony Guerrera, and the new DOT liaison, Jim Pallades, who gets us all that information and make sure that there's an open dialogue and correspondence between the committee and the commissioner. And to OPM, Patrick Hewlin, on behalf of the governor's office, only had one bill before us this year. And it wasn't tolls. Imagine that. So a great way to introduce himself as the governor's liaison to the committee is to not have to carry that baggage. But with that, I want to thank every member of this committee who's done an incredible job of being open and available to us as we had questions about the bills that you raised, the concerns that you had. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my Senate co-chair, Senator Cohen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Co-Chair, and not much more to say there, except I'm not sure that folks realize how much our nonpartisan staff, as well as our clerks, do for the committee on a daily basis, because you're not necessarily in the building day in and day out, or maybe you don't have a chairmanship, but these guys are working constantly day and night, and I know they pull really long hours during the session. So I just so grateful. And, everybody's been so gracious to me. While I'm not new to the building, not new to a chairmanship, I'm certainly new to this committee, and it steep learning curve. And I've just been so grateful to both my co-chair as well as all of the committee staff for walking me through and being so patient with me, and just grateful too for the collaboration with our ranking members. I do think we have a good relationship, and I know that because of it, legislation will be better going forward. So just grateful for everybody on this committee and all their hard work. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Chair. It's been a pleasure working with you. And I want to echo all the things you said. Our nonpartisan staff and our clerks are just tremendous. We have incredible demands on them. They've always been thoroughly professional and incredibly talented and competent. I also want to acknowledge our Senate Republican researcher, Chris Avione. and the House Republican researcher, Sarah Santone. And you're right, the liaisons with the various departments has been tremendous. They've been just professional, thoughtful and collaborative. So we may not always agree on everything. And on that same note, to both of you, we may not always agree on issues, but I have the utmost respect for your passion and your talent. And when we talk about a work in progress and working into June, I look forward to doing that, because through our ability to challenge each other and to work and try to find the best way forward, I truly believe that, as the history of this committee has demonstrated, when bills get to the various chamber, either it be the House or the Senate, it's usually collaborative and bipartisan, and I hope to continue that tradition. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the pastries. Go did I say go Yankees?
2 weeks. We're 2 weeks away, Tony.
Let's go more universal and say go UConn.
There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Representative Kennedy.
I'd say go UConn women tomorrow night. Anyways, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to thank you for welcoming me to this committee. This is my first year on transportation. It's been a learning curve, but I do thank you for all your collaboration and for answering all my questions, because I do tend to ask a lot of questions. But you know, it's good that we can respect each other's opinion and continue working forward. I think that we want to do the best for our constituents. So, and that's what I want to do. And I really appreciate you, and I appreciate our staff, because I know I've asked them a lot of questions. So thank you very much. And yes, thank you for the pastries.
Thank you. And with that, folks, March 29th is a joint committee meeting between the Transportation Committee and the Transportation Bonding Subcommittee of Finance. There you go. That meeting will be very illuminating for those of you who want an update on the 5-year capital plan as developed by the Department of Transportation. It sets a stage for the 2-year STO request that the Department of Transportation and Department of Motor Vehicles make on behalf of the state legislature. So please come to that meeting. It's a good opportunity to see the future of our state. I'm representing that Representative McCarthy Vehy. You have your hand up. Do you have a quick comment before we close? Or are you just wishing to, I think Ms. McCarthy, Representative McCarthy Vehy just wanted to vote before we closed. So votes are open until 6 p.m., at which time we will be adjourned. With that, have a great St. Patrick's Day, and we will stay in recess.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Clerk.
Here, we'll come over here. Oh, you representative, you don't let me call you friend.
Stan, were you there?
Representative Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg votes yes on the last two.
All right. Can I just can I just go through all of the votes real quick, just to confirm that you vote on everything?
Sorry, what was that?
Just real quick, I want to go through all the votes real quick, just to confirm that you vote on everything before I finalize everything.
Okay.
And you said yes, yes, yes in the last two, correct? Representative? Representative, you said yes in the last two, correct?
Sam, I don't think he's talking to you.
Yeah, he's not. Representative, you're on mute. All right, we'll come back. Senator Martin.
Thank you, Sam. I'd like to change my vote from a yes to a no on item 11, HB 6657.
Item 11, 6657. Martin, I vote to change from a yes to a no.
Correct. Thank you. Thank you, Sam.
You are welcome.
Bye, everybody.
Representative Steinberg, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can, sir. So just to confirm, yes, you wanted to vote yes on the last two votes, item 12 and
Correct.
12,
Yes and
13
yes.
and 14. Okay.
Representative Steinberg votes
13,
yes.
check.
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
You are all set. You're all set.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Labriola.
Yes.
right.
I voted on the first three ones.
Yep, I'm just gonna go through them all, just confirm everything. Check. Okay. Yep. So I still need your vote for item number 4, JF and SB 993.
Yes, Labriola votes yes.
Labriola, item number 5, JFS SB 995.
Yes. Yes on every bill except the 10th one.
So yes on 1078.
Yes. 1080.
That's a yes on 1080. That's a yes on 5371.
Yes.
A yes on 6654.
Yes.
A yes on 6656.
No, I'm a no on that one.
Oh, you are no. Okay, you're on no. You were no on 6656.
I'm a no on item 10. Yes.
Okay.
I'm a no on that one, and I'm a yes on the final 4.
So a yes on 6657.
Correct.
Okay. A yes on 6670.
That's right.
Okay.
A yes on 6744 and a yes on
Okay.
6748.
Okay, Representative, you're all set.
Thanks a lot.
Representative Michelle.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Frick. I just wanted to double check because of multitasking. If I missed any vote, I don't think I did, but just wanted to be on the safe side.
Totally. I'll just go. Yeah, I'm just gonna go through all the votes real quick and just confirm. Michelle check. 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 Check. Michelle check. Michelle check. Michelle check. Representative, you're all set.
Thank you very much. Have a great day, everyone. Thank you
You're
for
welcome. You
your
too.
work.
You too. Representative McCarthy Vahey.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
All right. So yeah, I need a bunch of your votes.
Yeah.
All right. First item was to JFS SB 15.
Yes, McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Okay. Item 2, JFS SB 810.
McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Okay. Item 3, JFS SB 904.
Mr. Clerk, I'm wondering if for your purposes, since there are so many of us on here, maybe you to go bill by bill and call the names of those who are waiting, and that way we can do it together.
That is a good idea. Can everyone who's on please unmute themselves? All right, so Okay, who's on right now? Okay, Senator Cabrera, I still need your vote for item number 1 to JFS SB 15.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, can you repeat your vote again? I need to see your face.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Fazio, same thing. I need your vote for SB 15.
Senator Fazio votes yes.
Thank you.
And Sam, is that the only one I missed?
I was just gonna go.
All right, oh, sorry,
down
don't worry about
the
it.
list.
I think it was.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Okay.
Sorry.
Mr. Clerk,
Yes.
You're muted, Senator.
oh, I have one vote that I would like to change. Am I able to do that? This is Senator Gaston.
Sure. What, which vote was that?
Yeah, so 6748. I want to change that to a no vote from a yes.
6, 7, 4, 2, 8, yes. Okay.
Thank
All
you.
set. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Yes, I think you did, but just give me a minute. Yeah. All right. All right, Senator Gaston, you're all set. SB 15. All right. Representative Rosario, I need your vote for SB 15.
What's the name? What's the title of that?
Item number 1, SB 15 was an act concerning the penalty for commercial vehicles on state parkways.
I'm a yes. I'm an affirmative on that.
Okay. Representative Smith, how do you vote for SB 15? SB 15. Representative Mara, how do you vote on SB 15?
Mara votes yes.
All right. Senator Cabrera, how do you vote on JFSing item number 2, SB 810?
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Representative Mara, how do you vote?
Sorry, is this SB 810?
Yes, JFS SB 810.
Okay, I vote no.
Representative Rosario, how do you vote?
I vote in the affirmative. Representative Rosario votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. And Representative Smith, how do you vote on SB 810? SB 810. Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Clerk, I did not vote on that item.
Oh, I'm sorry, Representative. How do you vote?
McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Thank you. All right, Senator Cabrera, how do you vote on item number 3, JFSing SB 904?
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Representative McCarthy Vahey, how do you vote?
McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Representative Rosario, how do you vote?
Rosario votes in the affirmative.
Representative Smith, how do you vote on? Oh, wait. I have your vote for 810. 1 second. Representative Morin-Bello,
Yes.
thank you. Just so I can get all your votes in, just because you were a little bit more spread out. How do you vote on JFSing HB 6657?
I vote yes for 6657.
Okay. Morin-Bello. How do you vote on item number 12, JFing 6670?
I vote yes for 6670.
Okay, and then I have you for item 13, and I have you for item 14. Morin-Bello check, Morin-Bello check, Morin-Bello check, Morin-Bello check, Morin-Bello check, check, check. You are all set.
Thanks, Sam. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Thank you.
You're muted, I think.
Yes, I'm getting Representative Smith's votes real quick. Just 1 second, please. You too. All right. I apologize, Representative McCarthy Vahey. I think I'm just gonna go down just you and then just go down because it was just a little bit quicker. McCarthy Vahey. No worries. Item 5, item 4, McCarthy Vahey, item 3. Okay, Representative McCarthy Vahey, I need your vote starting at item number 4, JFing SB 993.
McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Okay. JFSing item number 5, SB 995.
McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Okay. Item number 6, JFing SB 1078.
McCarthy Vehey votes yes.
Thank you. JFing item number 7, SB 1080.
McCarthy Vehey votes yes.
Okay, item number 8, JFSing HB 5371.
McCarthy Vehey votes yes.
Item number 9, JFSing HB 6654.
McCarthy Vehey votes yes.
Item number 10, JFSing HB 6656.
McCarthy Vehey votes yes.
JFSing item number 11, HB 6657.
McCarthy Vehey votes yes.
Item number 12, JFing HB 6670.
McCarthy Vehey votes yes.
Item number 13, check. Item number 14, check. And you are all set, representatives.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend.
You too. All right. Representative, oh. All right, Representative Rosario,
Yes.
you too. All right, Representative Rosario. Item 1, check. Item 2, check. Item 3, check. Item 4. All right, I need your vote for item number 4, JFing SB 993.
I vote in the affirmative.
Thank you.
Is that, wait a minute, I make that a no,
Mhm.
please.
Mhm.
I'm sorry.
So just to confirm, that's a no for JFing SB 993.
That's a no.
All right, next item is to JFS SB 995.
That's a yes.
Next item is to JF SB 1078.
That's a yes.
Next item is to JF SB 1080.
That's a yes.
Next item is to JFS HB 5371.
That's a yes. In the affirmative.
Next item is to JFS HB 6654.
That's a yes.
Next item is to JFS HB 6656.
That's on the affirmative.
Next item is to JFS HB 6657.
I'm in the affirmative.
Next item is to JF to the floor, HB 6670.
I'm in the affirmative on that as well.
And then I have your vote for item number 13, 6744, just to confirm, that was the yes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then last item was item 14. I have your vote for that, just to confirm, to JFS HB 6748. That was a no, correct?
Correct. That's confirmed.
Okay. Representative, you are all set.
Thank you. Have a great weekend. Great
You
job.
too. Thank you. All right, Representative Mara. Mara. Check, Mark, check. Mark, check. Okay. All right, Representative Mara, I need your vote for item number 4 to JF SB 993.
Can you tell me what Tom O'Day's vote was on that one?
Representative O'Day voted yes.
Mara votes yes.
Item number 5 to JFS SB 995.
Mara votes yes.
Item number 6 to JF SB 1078.
Can you let me know Representative O'Day's vote on that one?
Yes.
Mara votes yes.
JF SB 1080.
Mara votes yes.
JFS HB 5371.
Mara votes yes.
JFS HB 6654.
Mara votes yes.
JFS HB 6656.
Can you let me know Representative O'Day's vote?
Yes.
Mara votes yes.
JFS HB 6657.
Mara votes yes.
JF HB 6670.
Mara votes yes.
Item number 12, item number 13, JFS HB 6744.
Mara votes yes, yes, yes.
Okay. And then item number 14, Representative Mara, JFS HB 6748.
Can you let me know Representative O'Day's vote on that one?
Yes.
Mara votes yes.
All right, Representative, you're all set.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a good night. Senator Cabrera.
Yep, I'm here.
All right, my apologies for the delay. Let me just see where I left off with you. Cabrera, check. Cabrera, check. Cabrera, check. Senator Cabrera. All right, item number 4, JF SB 993.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Okay. Next item is JFS 995.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Next item is JF 1078.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Next item is to JF 1080.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Thank you. Next item is to JFS 5371.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Next item is to JFS 6654.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Next item is to JFS 6656.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Item 11 is to JFS 6657.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Next item is to JF 6670.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Item number 13 is to JFS 6744.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
And then last item is to JFS 6748.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Okay, Cabrera check, Cabrera check, Cabrera check, Cabrera check, check. All right, Senator, you're all set.
Thank you very much. Have a great weekend.
You're welcome. You too. You too. All right, Representative Khanna.
I think I voted on all of them. I just want to make sure.
Totally get it. Khanna check, 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 Khanna check. You're all set.
Great. Thank you so much. Have a nice weekend.
You too.
Thank you.
Representative Concepcion.
Sam, how are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you? All right, so I'm gonna need your votes for everything, basically.
Yeah, everything, right? Yeah, I got you.
Everything. All right, so first item was to JFS SB 15.
Yes.
Okay. Second item is to JFS SB 810.
Yes.
Okay.
Sam, how are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
There's a little delay.
I'm gonna need your votes for
Sorry.
everything.
I love it.
I got you.
Yeah, just a little delay.
First item was to
I appreciate that. Yeah.
SB 15.
Yeah.
Second item is to JFS SB 810.
The YouTube live.
Yes.
I think.
Okay.
Sam, how are you?
Doing all right. How are you?
There's a little delay.
Sorry. Representative, is that you or me?
Yeah, there's a little delay. I think it's you. I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
like I can't see me doing it.
Second
Yeah.
item is to JFS.
Do you want me to jump off, come back on?
Live.
Yes. Sam, how are you?
Doing all right. How are you?
There's a little delay.
All right, I'm just representative. Just ignore it. We're just gonna.
Yeah, I can jump off and come back if that's easier.
No, it's fine. I'm just gonna
Okay.
it's filter almost over. I just want to get your votes so we can just keep it pushing.
Love it. Yeah. It's okay. I'm
It's
good
been a
with
long
it.
day.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
All right, item 2 was to, okay, got you. I got you.
Not doing that one. Yeah.
Item 3 was to JFS SB 904.
Concepcion's a yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Item number 4 is to JF SB 993.
Concepcion's a yes.
Item 5 is to JFS SB 995.
Concepcion's a yes. Yep.
All right, item 2 was item 6 is to JF SB 1078.
Concepcion's a yes. Concepcion's a yes.
Item number 4 is to item 7 is to JF SB 1080.
Concepcion's a yes. Yes.
Item 5 is to JFS. Item number 8 is to JFS HB 5371.
Concepcion's a yes. Yep.
JF SB. Item 9 is to JFS at HB 6654.
Concepcion's a yes.
Okay. Item 7 is to JFS. Item 10 is to JFS.
Yes.
HB 6656.
Concepcion's a yes.
Is to JFS HB 5. Item 11 JFS HB 6657.
Concepcion's a yes. Yep.
Item 9 is to. Item 12 is to JF HB 6670.
Concepcion's a yes.
Item 7 is to. Item 10, item 13 is to JFS 6744.
Concepcion's a yes. Concepcion's a yes.
And then the last item is item 14 to JFS HB 6748.
Concepcion's a yes.
Okay.
Concepcion's a yes.
Representative, you're all set.
I appreciate it, brother.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
All right, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Senator Needleman. Hello, Senator. Senator, you
How are
muted.
you, Sam? Sorry, I'm late.
No worries. How are you doing?
I'm all right, except I have no volume here. Hold on.
Mhm.
Okay. I'm a yes
Hear me?
on, yep, I'm a yes on everything.
A yes on everything?
I think so.
So items, just to confirm, items 1 through 14, just complete yeses.
I think so. Yes.
Okay, all right. Check.
Did any, were these all, a couple of them on party lines? Some of them,
A couple, but yeah, I mean,
mostly broad support?
yeah,
Not a
there was yeah, a good, there was always a good chunk of yeses for most of them.
Thank you.
Yes, Needleman, yes, Needleman, yes, Needleman, yes, Needleman, yes, Needleman, yes, item 12, Needleman, yes, Needleman, yes, and Needleman, yes. Okay, 14 items. You're all set, Senator.
Have a good weekend.
You too. You too.
Enjoy, man. Take care.
You too.